check themselves in this hockey game. High on the far side, double team there, but Marcel puts it in behind to Koss. Koss tried to bring it back to the point. It's intercepted, held in right at the line. They fight for it, and now Kulemans sends it all the way down.
Two outstanding plays by Corson Kulemans there. He's great in pursuit, forces the turnover on Koss, who was trying to get it up to the point there, and then he gets the clear. So two excellent plays for the University of Wisconsin commit Corson Kulemans.
Czech Republic in the preliminary round, their power play, 3 of 14, 21%. That was 7th best in the tournament. Now Brbanic's a drive and a big block in front.
Yep, Guillaume Richard with that one, outstanding.
And there is the goal that the Czechs were looking for. A rocket from the far side, and they have life. Now trailing it just 3-1.
Yeah, great one-timer there by Lucas Pyer as he absolutely fired that home, and really Gaudreau had to come across way over, and he kept it low, and it slid through the goaltender there. And the Czechs have the lead now, and just a great bit of puck work there. Had a couple of good looks. We saw the block by Guillaume Richard before that, and here's a look at the replay. Stanislav Svozil gets the pass over there to Brabenic, and then it's over. Brabenic, and then it's back over. Brabenic sends it all the way across, and that's where we get the goal as Lucas Pyer makes it 3-1. So Czechs get a little bit of life, and we'll see if that gives them any extra jump here.
So it's now 3-1. Cashing in on the power play. Canada came in with the 2nd best penalty killing unit. They just gave up 2 power play goals in 17 chances. So they were holding their opponents to just 12% success ratio. But the Czechs were able to cash in. And now back within 2. Canada tips it in from center. Benelli gets it to the corner, but the Czechs come back the other way. Receiving going wide, but he's ridden off by Matier. And he'll try to clear, but Paye knocks it down. A power play goal has gotten the Czechs back in this one. Paye turning inside his own line, feeds it up the far side. It's pushed across the Canada line, but Zellweger takes over there and turns it back up ice. Zellweger after it, and he fanned on it as he tried to drive it in. And now Millar's back the other way, fires his shot right on, and the save is made by Gaudreau. And so the Czechs getting some good looks here as Zellweger failed to get that puck deep.
Yeah, the one thing that we've seen in every single game that Czechs have played is that they can skate with any of their opponents. They have the ability to play with enough pace to stay with these teams, these top-level teams. Where they need to get better is in those finish. You know, get that transition, finish off those plays, get a better shot, find another option. If they can do that against Canada, they have a chance.
Now Stewart's intercepts that clearing attempt, puts it back into the corner. Canada, Kulemans carries it to center. Across the line, floats it through the slot, nobody home. Rebound to the near side, and the Czechs take over. Coming through center, Svozil gets it ahead. Pinkus sends it in deep. Czechs again force the turnover. Brabenic puts it to the corner to Koss. Now back to the point. Driving in. Shot deflects off the traffic to the near side. And now Canada again turns it over. Brabenic again with it. Puts it in behind. Return pass. Oh, he had the goaltender looking the wrong way if he could have came out front. Instead, it was blocked by the defenseman. And back the other way comes Canada. A long shot, and it gets through the netminder, Shutney. And Canada is back up by 3 as Stankoven gets the goal.
Logan Stankoven with the goal, and this is an unforgivable one for Shutney. It's unfortunate, but you cannot allow a goal when you are square to the shooter like this. And Logan Stankoven has one of the best shots And a great release there, but it squeaks through as we get a look. And it's just a quick little snapshot, and Shutney doesn't get down in time, and it squeaks through him, and it's 4-1 on a puck that absolutely should have been in. It should have been stopped. You know, Stankoven is a great goal scorer, but that's not a great goal to give up.
So all that work, those turnovers, that was just caused in the zone, but the Czechs couldn't cash in, and Canada, a lot like Russia, they get an opportunity and they make you pay for it, as the Canadians are called for icing. Yeah,
they really do. And you know, the amazing thing is I don't think Canada's played particularly well. Like, they've had a lot of D-zone turnovers. They've had, you know, they had pressure on them. They haven't had much sustained pressure in the Czech zone at all. It's these one and dones, and they're scoring on them, and that's all that matters. I mean, that's again, it comes down to finish. It comes down to execution, and Canada is just better and more. You know, they have the precision and the efficiency, apparently, to score on, you know, 4 of their 6 shots on net.
That's a pretty good shooting percentage.
It's not bad.
Take that. I know you've claimed your math isn't good, but I think you'd agree that your math would come up with a pretty high number there.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I think you're right, but I'm gonna leave the calculator at home.
Moravitz flings one towards the net. That was off target. All Richter trying to dig it free on that far side. Receivey in there as well. Canada trying to move it. McTavish finally does get it free. And now it's rolled up to the center red line, but the Czechs put it right back in. Zellweger back to get it. Throws it up the far side, and it's tipped on in. Slozil back to get it. Plays it around to Pinkus. And now back the other way comes the Czechs. They'll play it in and give chase. Richard back to get it. Plays it to the line, not out. Shattering his stick there was Paille, and so he's got to go get a new one. Meanwhile, Canada counters. Zolkin puts it towards the net. Or Zilkin, rather, and that was turned away. Now Matier, long rink-wide feed, connects on the far wall. Canada trying to play it in deep. That was blocked. And now Richard sends it all the way down. The Czechs back to get it. They'll feed it up through center, but Millar's had his pocket picked, and now Canada back the other way. Winterton centers it in the corner. Brought back to the blue line. Allen with it. Crosses to Clark. Back to Allen, walking in, and his shot goes wide. They had deflected off the traffic in front.
And now we're seeing Canada get a little bit more. They're feeling it a little bit more with their offensive game here.
Centering pass right in front, and that was just pushed wide. Now it comes back to Clark again, but he couldn't hold the zone. He's got to retreat. Delayed offside. Canada tags up, but by the time they do, here come the Czechs the other way. Long shot by Kausch was high and off the glass. Rebound in behind. Kausch trying to dig it free, centers it. That was broken up. Urbanix back to the point, gets the return pass. Urbanix takes a look. Kausch couldn't get it all wood on that one as it went off the heel of his stick. And now Canada takes over. Stankoven, long pass connects. Bedard across the line. Look at the moves by Bedard in traffic. Drops it back. Canada still with it. Long shot deflects off the traffic. It goes out of play, and now Mr. Bedard has answered why he's such a special player.
Yeah, he has been awesome in this game so far, and obviously he's got the goal to show for it. He's got an assist already, and here he's dancing with the puck a little bit as he enters the zone, and that's one of the things that makes him so special. His hands are so remarkably quick. He's got good skating ability, and I think, you know, one of the things is, you know, Connor McDavid played in this tournament at the same age, at 15 years old, and he ended up leading the tournament in scoring with 14 points. He had a little bit of a different situation. This is a much deeper Canadian team than the one that we saw. And here comes the 4th goal for Canada. And once again, it's Logan Stankoven with a shot that squeaks through the goaltender, Oliver Shutney, which was the first really challenging shot that he had faced in the game. I think really, you know, so he's not having the best day there. But I think getting back to Bedard, you know, the pressure of the McDavid comparisons and all those things, I don't think it's necessarily fair, because they're working on different with a different team, because Canada had so many players. Most of these guys would not have been available in a normal season. So this is one of the deepest Canadian teams I've ever seen at this tournament in the over 10 years or 12 years that I've been coming to this event. And this group is really special. They have a lot to look forward to in terms of the draft in both this year, next year, and the following year. It's one of the deeper teams, and so for Bedard to be able to produce the way that he is and essentially, you know, getting where the minutes, every line is rolling kind of in the same way, McDavid, they had to lean on him heavily, so obviously he was going to score more. Uh-oh.
Turnover in behind. The centering pass was right there, but the chance for Canada, they couldn't convert as Pinelli stole that one after Shutney dropped it down. Loose puck, they bang away at it. Pinelli after it. He couldn't come up with it. And the puck cleared to the line, not out. Stillman keeps it alive for Canada. On the far boards, they fight for it, and finally the Czechs able to settle things down. But it got pretty dicey in front of their own net momentarily. Now Slozil gets it out to the neutral zone. Stripped up from him. Pinkish picks it up there. He'll slide it down. Goudreau out of his net sets it up. 5:15 to go in the first period. 4-1, Canada leads this. Chutney out of his net, sets it up there. And the Czechs trying to get out of their own zone. A turnover in front. And back to cover up and clear it out of danger are the Czechs. Slavacek got it in deep. Gunther plays it rink wide. It's picked up there. Canada will roll it in. Matier rolls it to the deep corner. It's shoveled up the wall. Slavacek can't get out. Comes back to the blue line. Matier drops it off. Now it's cycled in deeper. Orthman, top line out there for Canada right now. Gunther shoved off the puck. And that allows the Czechs to take over. Spacek trying to shovel it up the near side in the corner. They fight for possession there. And finally it's cleared out. And they wave the icing. And so Bedard has to go back for it. Here he comes, Bedard. Drops it off. It's fed rink wide. Canada gets across the line. But there's, it's picked up. Pichacek couldn't get out. Now the Canadians still with the pressure on. McTavish brings it back near to the blue line. Dump to the corner. McTavish with it there. Centers it. Comes back to the point. Long drive. Well off the target. Rebound to Bedard. Brings it up to the near point. DeMastro puts it back in behind. McTavish had it roll off his stick, and that allows the Czechs to clear. Back out at center. They fight for it there. Urbanix trying to dig it free. It's pinned to the wall there. Koulemans knocks his man down. And finally the puck emerges from the scrum. Koulemans plays it ahead. Canada puts it back in. Harrison couldn't keep it in the zone. Richard with it now. Drops it ahead. Here's Canada. Winterton drops it back. Quick shot right on. Shutney the save. Rebound to the corner. Comes right on Shutney again. Loose puck. And this time he is able to find it, grab it, and take the face-off with 2:48 to go here, or 2:47 rather to go here in the first period.
Yeah, Jim, let me give you a breather there after that long period of play, because this was definitely some great pressure, sustained pressure by Canada. They have improved their game dramatically, and you've seen the goals that have been given up by the Czechs have really started to wear on them, as now, you know, the Canada's getting into their game and settling into their game more. You don't need to do them any favors by giving them some easy looks, as they haven't so far in this game. And that's kind of taken the Czechs right out of it. Now we're starting to see Canada roll all their lines, give everybody an opportunity to get out there. Connor Bedard now has 3 points. He was given an assist on the Stankoven goal as well. So, you know, you're getting some great performances. And
this is that last save by Shutney, and I just wanted to ask you about his game. You know, you're throwing in there cold against the hottest scoring team, a team that you've not seen yet. You know, he has the capabilities to, you know, be a guy that can really make some big stops for this club.
Yeah, he certainly did against the United States. You know, he gave up only 1 goal in the shootout, and their shootout lost the United States, and only 1 goal in regulation. And he's done a phenomenal job when he's been in there. But, you know, kind of started seeing it snowball from a couple of days ago, and you know the Czechs and have had some trouble with their goaltenders, and you know it's when you have Shutney coming in cold like that against a team this good, you almost are asking for disaster. But at the same time, Suhanik gave him no reason to keep him in there, so it's just like, you know, you're kind of in trouble either way. But it's unfortunate, but I think Shutney is a better goaltender than he showed so far today with that goal that he allowed to Stankoven.
Now the Czechs come in on the attack. All Richter trying to put it out front, comes back near the blue line, but it's picked off, and now Canada starts the other way. Stillman across the line. He's rubbed out along the far wall, but Canada comes up with it again. Stillman feeds it back to the point. Now walking in, Matier's shot goes off the side of the net. Rebound to the near side. Canada dumps it deep to the corner. And in there they work for it, and finally it's taken away. Hechek gets it out, but it's right back in. Canada getting easy entries right now into the Czech zone.
Yeah, and we've mentioned how the Czech D is also pretty shorthanded at the moment. It's, you know, some of their best defenders not available, and that's a tough position to be in.
And so you're going to see this. They wave the icing. Paille got down there first, but Canada comes up with the puck. Zellweger.
Yeah, Paille just unfortunately he pulls up there, and it just gave an easy out for Zellweger, who has the mobility and quickness to get that out of there.
Not sure what he was thinking there, if he thought it was going to be icing, and so he just let up on it or what.
Yeah.
But
took a strange route, and you know, maybe he heard the footsteps there, and Zellweger's not a guy that's going to put him through the boards, but he's certainly going to make him feel his presence, and that ends up in being what should be a chance for sustained pressure for the Czechs ends up as an easy out for the Canadians, and then all of a sudden it's, you know, you're battling again, but they get the face-off in the zone here with the puck going out of play, and minute nine left in the period, and Czechs with an important draw here to maybe get something going.
Off the face-off, a quick shot. Deflected off the traffic, ends up in the near corner. McTavish flips it all the way down.
1 minute remaining in the first
1
period.
minute to go in the first period. The Hotcheck back to get it. Drops it off, and now the Finns, or rather the Czech Republic coming through center. Millars with some speed. Dropped it back. Marcel with it. Throws it towards the front of the net. That was blocked. Now to the blue line. The hot check. Spot check. His shot hit the defenseman in front. Good pressure here. Marcel turns around. He fires one. That's wide of the cage. And on the far side, Stankoven gets it out to center, but the Czechs put it right back in. You have to like the effort of the Czechs here. Even though they're down 3, this team has been maybe almost, you could say, outworking Team Canada.
Yeah, at various points, certainly this, and you know they've had very few real stinkers of games. You know, they played everybody pretty tough, and you know, this is a team that is not going to give up easily.
And the first period comes to conclusion, and the shots favor Canada 11-7, and they put 4 on the board and are in control here. And a victory by Canada moves them on to the medal round. And for the Czech Republic, if they end up on the short end of this, their season comes to a conclusion.
Yeah, and it's not a good position to be in if you are the Czech Republic, down 3 to this Canadian team that can really pour it on. And the Czechs credited with 6 shots on goal in the period, and you know, really they still have shown the resolve. But this is all about, you know, Canada taking advantage of the mistakes that the Czechs have made, and the Czechs had to play essentially a perfect game. Well, that's out the window now. That we already have seen that's not really what's happened here so far. And so what I think that they have to do now is regroup, let the goaltender breathe a little bit, give him a chance to settle into this game, make sure you're contesting all shots against, and get that forecheck working again, because when it was going early in the period, they were at least able to sustain some play. And so I think that this is a group, this Czech group has, they don't have the depth to compete with Canada, but they have enough talent to make this a game again. And that's the focus. You have to break the game down into chunks, and you say, all right, we need a goal here, we need a goal there. We can't score all 3 right now. We have to find a way to get back into this game. And it starts with cleaning up the mistakes in the defensive zone as well.
Yeah, you look at Canada, your first impressions live. You've obviously watched your other games from the other pool on video, but to see this team in person, anything jump out at you that you did not expect to see?
I think we've seen mostly everything that I expect to see. I guess I didn't expect to see so many turnovers early in that game, especially by the defensemen. You know, we saw Brant Clark, who I thought really settled into the game nicely, but early on had dished off a couple of pucks into the defensive zone to nowhere, and that wasn't a really, you know, they weren't getting positive plays. It was allowing the Czechs to get some sustained pressure. So, you know, obviously you expect them to have a great game offensively. You expect goals, but now that they've cleaned up their defensive zone play, now that they've actually been more competitive on pucks in there and getting pucks out of the ice and getting clean zone exits, I think that you know, Canada has really settled into their game, and now if they can continue to play that way, they can pull away and it won't even be close.
So you look at how things have played out. This was the
first goal there by Wyatt Johnston, who got it off, and we get another look here as you know, getting a couple. Again, this is just a big mistake there in the zone, and Bedard pounces on that puck, and then it's Wyatt Johnston for the goal, and that's the one that got Canada on the board early. It was a great play by the Canadians. They had some really impressive performances there in the defensive zone. It starts with a good forecheck, and it gets them going. And we saw Connor Roulette score that unassisted goal, and you know, we've seen them really pounce on turnovers. That's been one of the biggest things they've been able to do.
Yeah, that first goal was at 2:01, and then at 4:20. It was Canada striking again on that turnover, and Roulette just walked right down the freeway on that and really had an easy opportunity here.
Yeah, and it all starts, it's a great pursuit by Roulette, and it's following the play. One little stick check there is all it took for him to displace the defender of the puck. That can't happen if you're that defenseman. And Connor Roulette gets in there, gets on the puck, and immediately turns up ice and gets that shot on. Great play by Connor Roulette. Great individual effort, but it starts with that puck pursuit. You let the defenseman feel you, as he did there a little bit, and he has to get out, and he's already nervous with the puck, and he makes the easy turnover.
Then after it was 2-0, Canada struck again, their third of the game, and Connor Bedard, the guy everybody talks about, gets credit for this goal.
Yeah, and it was just, you know, the Canadians finally getting some sustained pressure there, and the shot comes in, and then it's just tipped home by Bedard, and it's really good net front presence. You know, the initial shot there came in from Zhilkin, and a really nice job by Bedard to just get a stick on it, get in front. You know, he's used to scoring with the shot, the wrist shot, the big shot that he has, but that shows the maturity of that player. Is he's going to get to the net front, he's going to do whatever he can to score goals. So a nice tip in there for Connor Bedard for his second goal of the tournament.
And then the Czechs on the power play come through, and it was a game at this point.
It really was, and you know, some really nice puck movement. Stanislav Svozil is doing a good job working the top of the point. That was a good opportunity. There was a great block there. And then Verbenet's just nice job of watching Shane Wright shade to the defenseman. It opened up the lane for him to make the pass across, and then it goes in, and the goal.
Lucas Paille.
Yeah, Lucas Paille, who's, you know, and he's been a sneaky good player for this team. Not always a lot of points, but he's made some really positive plays.
And then the last goal of the period coming at 10:59, and this is the one that you felt they needed to get back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, here Bedard just flips a puck into space to Logan Stankoven. So a great play by Bedard, who was just going for a line change at that point, wanted to get some space. And then Stankoven with a very quick release. And again, it's Shutney at that point, not getting down in time to get into his position. Didn't work out, and now that's a tough goal to give up, and it feels like a backbreaker at this point. But we've seen enough of this Czech team, and we've seen enough games in this building to know that there is a chance for them to compete and come back. We had many comebacks in the preliminary round right here in Frisco, and even though it's going to be a lot more difficult for this Czech team to mount a comeback against a team as good as Canada, it's not out of the realm of possibility. They've at least skated with Canada in this game.
Yeah, shots are not too ridiculous. 11-6 in favor of Team Canada in that first period. And really, had that fourth goal not occurred, I think the Czechs really would have had a lot of momentum saying, okay, we're only down 2. That's not a problem. 3 is a bit more difficult.
Yeah, it's just it's a big challenge for them to try and figure things out here as we get going, and really, it's been a difficult road to hoe for the Czechs, and we've seen them do so many different things well in this tournament, forechecking, doing things of that nature. But again, to dig yourselves a hole with mistakes that you've made, it's going to be a tall hill back to climb. But I still think it's not out of the realm of possibility. But certainly you're not as excited about their chances right now. I'll tell you that much.
All right. So after this game, there is another one here today. And that will be a game that certainly has a lot of implications for the United States as they continue to put themselves together. And they're going to face, even though usually in the crossover, it's an opponent you're not familiar with, Team USA does have a brief history with Sweden as they beat them here in a practice game a week ago Saturday, 5-1. I know I've asked you before, and you said you can't take anything out of it, but is there something that the U.S. could lean against, or perhaps the Swedes now getting a chance to see the United States?
Yeah, well, I think the first thing that you have to think about is you can't say, oh, we're going to beat them 5-1 again. You have to erase that from your memory, and you have to say that we're going to get a much more challenging game. They were just over there. We had just gotten into town. There are so many different circumstances that come into play. But I think the biggest benefit that this U.S. team has is that they had that exciting win against Finland. And that's what I think is actually more important, because it'll build that momentum. And, for a team that won 3 of the 4 games that they played, the fact that the U.S. finished 3rd is not really indicative of kind of how things went. But that's why we love the scoring system, because it gives you extra value for the regulation wins. And without that, going to a shootout against this Czech team, that's where we saw the U.S. kind of struggle a bit. That's where they lose the points, and now they have to build up. But to beat Finland and come back in a game like they did, that gives you the confidence to say, when we're on the ropes, we have a pushback. And so if that happens against Sweden, even though that's a team that we know well enough that we beat 5-1 in the pre-tournament game, we have more that we can lean on that's a little more recent history.
All right, so let's look at this from the Sweden perspective. They're a team that gets beat by the U.S. in that practice game, gets absolutely annihilated by Canada, but then turns it around and finishes 2nd in that group. What team is Sweden? That's the big question, I think. They're the team that a lot of people aren't quite sure who they really are.
We're still waiting to find out, I think, because really over in that bracket, the big game was against Canada. After that, you expect them to beat Switzerland, you expect them to beat Latvia, you expect them to beat Belarus, and they did. And I think that, one of the things that has stood out so far is that Sweden doesn't necessarily have the same depth as the United States. And that's something that so that puts more pressure on Fabian Lascelles, that puts more pressure on guys like Simon Robertson, Simon Edvinsson, like top-end players that these guys can really step up. And I think for Sweden, they need goaltending. That's first and foremost. They haven't necessarily, that's probably been the biggest concern so far, is that they haven't gotten the saves when they needed them, especially against, Canada, and then we saw it against the U.S. So the U.S. has more weapons than any of the teams that they've faced outside of Canada. And so that's something that they're going to have to really think about, is like, how do we manage the game? Because I think, when it comes to speed, Sweden might be a little quicker than the U.S. overall. That's one element. That's a benefit to them. But I think that when it comes to depth, the U.S. is really going to have to shine in that regard.
All right. Now, the last time this tournament was played, Sweden walked out of here with their first ever gold. Now, obviously, none of those players are back. Matter of fact, there's nobody back from that tournament a couple of years ago, because last year's tournament was wiped out because of COVID. But is there any kind of benefit for Sweden to know that they were a country that won gold here?
Yeah, I think you take inspiration from past teams all the time. I think you say, hey, that team that won it on home ice 2 years ago, no Swedish team had ever won this tournament. They finally proved that somebody could do it, and so that gives you a little bit of belief. The Sweden in this tournament historically has gotten into these elimination games and have fallen apart, and it's you know, it's shocking the lack of medals that they have for as good as the teams that they've had in this tournament. Good quality, exactly. The players that they've had, I mean, I think back to 2009, I think they had something like 7 first-round draft picks on that roster and didn't medal, you know, so they didn't even take bronze. So, you know, it's this, you have to get that out of your head because you're all new players. You haven't been in this position before. I think there's enough skill on their roster to say, hey, we have a chance to win gold here. Let's erase the result against Canada. Aside from that, we're undefeated. We've got 9 points. We're the home team tonight. We should be the better team, and that's what you have to try and convince yourself of.
All right, how about for the United States? 16 straight tournaments, they've at least gone home with a bronze medal. Nobody is even close to putting together that kind of a consecutive streak. There's a lot of pressure on this team because, as you mentioned earlier in the event, it's a young club. It's a team that is not the one that they had expected to bring here. So how much pressure is in that room knowing if you don't walk out of here a winner tonight, you have no chance at a medal?
Yeah, the pressure is enormous. I think that in this tournament, the pressure on these U.S. teams is always big because it's essentially, for the U18s, it's 2 years of work leading up to this moment. For the U17s, it's just wanting to do it for those guys too, and wanting to be here and prove that they belong and can do what we've seen them do all tournament long, where they've stepped up in big situations. So, you know, the pressure is on, and I think that especially it's on home ice as well. So there's going to be a great crowd. There's going to be energy in the building. I think the U.S. fed off of that in the game against Finland, and you know, even at points against Russia, even though it kind of fell apart for them. But at the same time, it's like, I think that game against Finland where they were on the ropes, and it's just like, you're playing for your lives if you need to dig deep. And they've shown that they can dig deep in those key moments. And I think that's the motivation and the thought that I take if I'm Team USA is like, we've proved that we can do it. So let's not try to be in that position, but if we need it, we know it's there.
Yeah, and you look at some players that have emerged for the U.S. Ty Gallagher really has stepped up at key moments to provide some offensive punch. Is he one of the stronger members of that blue line core, or who have you really been impressed with so far in this tournament? Just we'll keep it to defensemen right now for the United States.
Yeah, actually, I mean, I think Gallagher has had, you know, he's had his ups and downs, but he scores goals, and that's a very important thing. It's a difficult tournament to do that in, and he scores goals, and he's done it in big moments like the tying goal against Finland, and he's scored more goals than any defenseman in NTDP history, which is a remarkable feat. But I'm also really impressed with Sean Behrens. I think that he's been one of the better defenders. He's been able to get the pucks out of the zone. Very mobile defenseman. He's gotten involved in the offense in various games. And Lane Hudson, the U17 defenseman, probably the most dynamic player on the team. I've never really seen a defenseman that can change direction as quickly as he can. And I've just been so impressed with him as a young guy, as a smaller defenseman, playing as well as he had in this tournament.
All right. I don't know if you have time to analyze this, but that's what you do with Hockey Sense. You could follow him there. Chris M. Peters on Twitter. He loves seeing gifs of himself. That's one of his favorites. But you look at the defensemen in this tournament, and I want you to group them as cores. So the Russian defenseman, the Finnish defenseman, USA, Canada, the Czech Republic. Who, in your mind, has the strongest blue line core from 1 through 6?
Yeah, I would say Canada's number 1. I'd probably go with Finland at number 2, USA at number 3. Number 4 would be Sweden, even though they have the talent back there. I think they have not had a great tournament so far. 5 would be the Czechs if Juracek was healthy, and 6 would be Russia. I mean, which is surprising. Yeah, I think that the Russian defense is a liability, and that's something that they're going to need to be a lot better at in the tournament as they play tougher teams. We saw it against the U.S., and I think that the strength of that team is their forward group, and so I think it'd probably be between them and the Czechs in the last place here. So, in terms of D-cores in this round, but you know, there's a lot left to play for at this point. And yeah, we'll see what they can come up with. But obviously the Czechs are going to have their work cut out for them in this one.
All right, Canada and the Czech Republic back on the ice, getting ready for the start of this next period. And Chris, when you look at this, you say it's about breaking it down into segments. How does the Czech team approach this first 5?
Yeah, the first 5, it's got to be fast. You have to play fast. You got to get pucks deep, and you have to put pressure on the defense right away. You have to try and get those defensemen to be facing the glass anytime they get the puck. You want to make sure that there's a body on them or a stick and not making it an easy entry. And so that also requires puck support. You need guys that are going to be down there helping out, helping get things moving quickly. And if you can be physical, if you can get sticks on pucks, you're going to have a really good chance. So we're going to get ready to go here in just a few seconds for this second period. And I think if you're Canada, it's just clean up the play in your defensive zone and try and put the pressure on. Step on the throat if you can.
All right, we'll see what they have as we get set to start period number 2. Canada with a 3-goal advantage. Johnston, Roulette, Bedard, and Stankovic, the goal scorers for Canada. Meanwhile, Lucas Paille has the 1 power play marker for the Czechs. All right, both teams are up, banging their sticks. The horn sounds. We're ready to go for period number 2. Between Team Canada and the Czech Republic, the winner moves on to the medal round. The loser, unfortunately, has to pack their bags and say goodbye to Frisco, Texas.
And with 88 degrees right now and today, I don't think anybody wants to say goodbye to Frisco just yet.
No, it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out weather-wise as the day goes on. So far in that first period, the ice was fantastic. We didn't have any issues with the goalposts.
Yeah.
That's been a problem, but the current temperature in Frisco, Texas, as you said, 88 degrees out right now with storms approaching. So it feels, according to weather.com, like 97 degrees outside right now. So the air conditioning here in this building really going to get some workout here as the day goes on.
Great shot there by Pinkish as well. He just missed the net. You cannot afford to miss the net, and you can't afford to take a penalty, as now Brebenetz is going to go to the box.
And this could be a real problem because Canada has the most dynamic power play unit in the tournament.
And, the Czechs did such a good job of being disciplined in that first period. And this is a situation where Brebenetz just gets his stick in a bad spot, takes his man down. Now he heads to the box, and just 34 seconds into the period, not a great position to start in, not what you want. And obviously we'll see what Shane Wright can do, as they will be looking for him with the big shot.
Canada so far in the tournament, 9 goals in 22 chances. That comes out to about 40%. So that's pretty impressive on the power play.
Yeah, and looking at the power play unit right now, you've got Connor Bedard and Shane Wright, the last two exceptional players, Dylan Gunther, Brennan Othman, and Olin Zellweger on the back end. So a lot of offensive skill here.
Here's Bedard taking a shot, but Spacek gets a stick on it, and it deflects out of play.
And that's going to be so important for the Czechs. Just continue to get sticks on pucks, make things difficult. Don't get any easy looks at the goaltender. Connor Bedard, already 3 points in this game. Don't want to give him many more opportunities.
And really, we've talked about it throughout. The Czechs, one thing that's really derailed them this tournament has been their propensity to take penalties. That goes off the post, rebounded, they score, and Gunther gets that rebound. And as we said, the Czech penalty killing has been a problem. They've already came in here ranked 8th, and now they've given up 8 goals in 26 chances.
Yeah, great job following the play here. Shane Wright sends it down low. It's out to Bedard. He hits the post, and the puck pops right to Dylan Gunther. And this is what we talk about. When you have a power play that is that dynamic, that has that many skill players on it, those loose pucks just become so much more dangerous. And Gunther, who's been one of the top players in the WHL this season, and certainly in the driver's seat to be a top 5 pick in this upcoming draft, shows why right there with great finish.
So just 69 seconds into this second period, Canada on the board. And now they have their biggest lead of the day at 5-1.
Yeah, nice start for Canada here. Definitely just showing their precision once again.
Now the Canadians roll it in from center ice. Along the wall. Koch's pass picked off, but then he gets it back again, and he'll bring it to center. Koch trying to feed it back in front. That was broken up. And now Canada picks it up and comes through center. Across the line, look at this, right to the doorstep, and Johnston just couldn't finish as he got in too tight. But beautiful passing had Canada all of a sudden with a 2-on-0.
Yeah, I would have probably liked to have seen Ethan Del Mastro just take the shot there. He was in a little too deep to deliver that last pass.
Now back the other way, the Czechs driving the net. They knocked the netminder flying, putting Goudreau on his back. That was Ulrichter driving to the cage, and he's slow to get up as well.
Yeah, I was a little surprised to not see the goaltender interference call on that as Ulrichter goes in with such force, but we'll get a look here and see if the defender is the reason that he went in there, as Zellweger had to catch up. And yeah, you know, I guess Del Mastro didn't really give him a chance to get out of the way there, and so he runs Goudreau, and no penalty on the play, but a good hard drive to the net by Ulrichter, which you have to do against this Canadian team. You have to put pressure on them that way physically.
That puck goes into the penalty box area, so we'll draw it off again. Back in the Canadian zone. Do you like this rule where they move the face-offs if it's deflected off of a, you know, we've seen it where it's deflected by an offensive player, it stays in the zone, as before they would take it outside. You think that's, you know, their way to generate more offense?
I think
is that
so.
What that rule is intended
yeah,
for?
I think so, and it's also just, you know, trying to get, you know, trying to force better plays. I mean, you're trying to force the D to make a better play. So even the there's developmental reasons for it as well. You know, you want to try and get those guys to make skill plays instead of dump pucks out.
Right. Now the puck poked to the corner by Spacek. In behind, Dahlin back to the point. Dumped down in front. Richard got it in deep. Toss now. His pass deflects rink wide to Hacek. He'll slide it in and give chase. But Canada comes back to gather it up. Zellweger feeds it to Richard. His pass picked off. And back comes the Czechs trying to get something in deep. Slavacek back to the point. Long shot. That's gobbled up. And Goudreau will hold for the faceoff with 16:45 to go here in this second period. And the Czechs in a big hole, down by 4.
Yeah, I think that shot may have been going wide, but just for Goudreau to get that and snag it there through the traffic that he was facing, a very good job of tracking the puck. As we saw him get, you know, his first bit of testing here in the last couple of minutes from the Czechs.
Now in front of the Czech bench, they dig away for it. And finally, Millars comes away with it, gives it to Marcel on his backhand. He's ridden into the corner by Allen, but he's able to get it back to the point. Rolled back in deep. Allen clears, but it's right on the stick of a Czech defender who fired one just over the top of the net. Pincus stepping in from the point position. He'll carry it to the corner. A backhander, rebound, they score! Millars on the rebound, puts it in, and the Czechs keep fighting, and now they're back within 3.
Yeah, very important goal there by Millars as he gets it's just a broken play here as Goudreau reacts to the first shot, a backhander. It goes off his defenseman and right to Millars there, who buries it on the backhand, and really nothing Ben Goudreau could do there as it, you know, those tough plays where it just hits off the defenseman in front. It's a broken play, and it goes the Czechs' way. And as we've said, this is a team that will not quit on a game. And they are going to show some fight here. They have, you know, it's harder for them with the depth that they have, but they have enough skill and enough speed to keep teams honest.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, I've been very impressed with what they have brought here. You know, they don't have the high-end finishers like the Russians or the Canadians or even Team USA, but their work ethic has been impressive throughout this event. Now Spacek whistles one right off the traffic.
A great jump here from the Czechs.
And coming back is Canada. Gunther across the line, and he's stood up by Spacek. And now Tiacek gets it ahead. Rasavi out to center. Oh, if he'd gotten by there, it would have been a 2-on-1, but Wright comes back. Gets it to Clark. Hoffman fires one. That's high off the glass. Gunther drives one. Hits the traffic partner in front. Clark steps up from his point position, throws it on goal, and it's gobbled up and held by Shutney.
And I think the linesman may have missed offside on that one. Canada entered the zone offside, and Ben Gaudreau is going for an equipment repair here as he's got a mask situation. One of those shots went off his cage. Now he's going to get that repaired on the bench, and we'll get an extended stoppage here. But really good response in this period from the Czech Republic after giving up the power play goal. Again, it's just such a deep hole to dig out of, but you kind of break it off piece by piece.
Right.
And to get that goal from Mellars there was a huge moment for this team, and a great bit of luck on puck luck that you need to have in these games, and you need to have to try and get back into it.
Still working on the mask down on the benches. And so we'll see where this goes. And at least this gives us a good opportunity to see what Benjamin Gaudreau looks without a mask. It's very rare you get to see that. And he's checking out, likes the repairs apparently, and he's headed back to his cage.
Yeah, you know, in his post-game interview the other day, he had made a highlight reel save in the game, and he said the last thing he said about, you know, he's used to facing a lot of shots in Sarnia where he plays, but he loves making highlight reel saves, and he had to dive across the crease to stop one. He's a very confident young man.
So we're back to action now. Face off in the Czech zone, but Kosh starts back. He'll slide it ahead in the corner. And now we get a whistle and a penalty. And here's another opportunity for the Czechs to get back in this. Tripping is the call. Yep. And let's see, yes, they're taking a member of Team Canada and placing him in the penalty box. And so that means that it's another opportunity as Richard goes for the trip for the Czechs to cash in. They are 1 for 1 to this point.
Yeah, and Richard had actually made a really nice defensive play just before that to prevent a clean entry and put some pressure on, but then he gets overwhelmed a bit there, and his stick gets in the wrong spot, and tripping is called, and now a great opportunity for the Czechs to get their power play operating.
And Stewart's wins the faceoff. Urbanik brings it back to the point. Sfuzel drops it off, and it's knocked off Stewart's stick, so they have to reset once again. Urbanik dishes off far side. Louisville in traffic. Now he'll back off, feeding it along the wall. Urbanik with it there. Feeds it across to the far side. Slozel. He'll wrist one. Backhander. Rebound in front. And it's knocked to the corner. Still with possession. Kosh dropped it along the wall. It's held in. Fed over to Urbanik. Top of the far circle. Now high slot. Urbanik walks in. Takes the shot. And the rebound comes out to the near side. Slozel moves in. Tried to get Urbanik. Pass was just off the mark. Now he's stripped to the puck, and Canada gets it out.
A good read there by Mason McTavish. We haven't said his name much today, but he has been one of the most important players for Team Canada so far in this tournament, putting up a lot of points, and he's playing hard. He's a very competitive player and obviously a big part of this PK.
Yeah, tied with their goal lead. He has 5 as well. But, of course, Bernard with 1 in this one moves ahead of him now with 6. Or check that. Nope, that was all wrong information. Wright is the one with 5.
Yeah, that's correct.
I'll leave the analysis to you. I'm sorry. 20 seconds left on the power play. And now Morowitz plays it up the near side. Millars gives chase, but he cannot get there in time to negate the icing. And so with 15 seconds, we'll bring the draw back down into the Czech Republic zone. This power play, some O-zone time, but not really the one-time look that they were looking for that they got on their first power play opportunity.
Yeah, Canada definitely adjusting well to make sure they're taking away those one-timers. You got Brabenitz and also on Pyre on the other side. Those two guys are really dangerous when they have the open shots, and obviously I also have to think about Savozil at the top of the point.
Mara gets it back in, slides it towards the net, and Goudreau will take the face-off with now just 4 seconds left on the penalty time to Richard. He's already standing in the penalty box, waiting for the door to be opened. 13:09 here to go in the second. Canada up 5-2. They built it to a 5-1 advantage when Gunther scored just 1:09 in on the power play. But then Millars answered for the Czech Republic to make it a 5-2 hockey game. Canada now back at full strength. Spinning in the corner. Johnston brings it back to the point. Zelmar's shot booted out by Shutney in the corner. Zellweger near point. Throws it into the corner. Johnston tried to dig it free. Bernelli couldn't come up with it. Zellweger trying to get to the high slot. Gets through. Centers it. But nobody home there for Canada. And now the Czechs will come back. Moravitz tried to slide it in, but Canada quickly counters. Pass picked off. And it's broken up by Bernelli, and he'll roll it in deep.
Yeah, great play by Pinelli to just get in the way there, as that would have been an odd man break for sure and a dangerous one for the Czechs.
Now the top line back out for Canada. Wright, Orthman, and Gunther. On that far side, Gunther, Orthman with it. Drops it to Gunther in the circle. Tried to flip one in front. Millars challenging him. Now Wright back to the blue line. Walking the line is Clark. Now takes the shot, and Shutney at the top of his crease is out there to make the save. And he'll hold for the faceoff.
Yep, it's just keeping everything pretty well contained here is Oliver Shutney, as he's been able to settle back into the game. Gave up the power play goal, but was competitive before that. And unfortunately for him, so I think
look at that last stretch.
Yeah, well, this is where the bounces go for you here, and it's just an easy save at the top of his crease. And he's made a lot of those stops. There's really only one that you'd say, hey, you wish you could have back. That's the goal that Stankoven scored, but it's something that he's going to have to shake off, and seems to have shaken off, and gave up that power play goal earlier to Gunther, and that's an unfortunate one for them as well. Just again, the bounce of the puck, but I'm just impressed with the way that the Czechs continue to apply pressure. They have not changed the way they've played. They've just tried to keep it the same way the whole time, and I think that we're seeing them have more success as a result.
Well, they came into this tournament trying to reestablish themselves. I mean, that's been the big thing, and really trying to get things rolling here for this club. And, it's a program that the articles we read coming into this, they want to redevelop their base. A couple years ago in the NHL, there was up to 80 players that had Czech roots. And this last season, that number was down into the 30s. And that's a big drop.
Yeah, it is, and we've seen it at this level too, where they're not competing for medals as regularly. They don't necessarily have the depth of other countries, but the other thing that they don't necessarily have this time around is one of those real top end forwards, a guy like a Jakub Vrana who's had such success in this tournament. Those are the types of players that they're missing right now, is they just don't have many of those in their system. And obviously those guys have success at the NHL and have success at the international level as well.
There's a lot of that. There's a big hit there by Winterton on Richter, but he's all right. Moravitz now plays it in and gives chase. But do you think if they have more of these guys stay home, because a lot of times they've been using their higher end players, go to the CHL, come across to North America? That was one thing that article pointed out. I'm not saying that that's the fact, but I was just wondering, what you feel about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think every federation wants to keep their players domestically, and I think, you know, every player is different, and different players need different things.
Right.
As we get another good shot there, Rusavi, as he's been one of the top guys for this team. But, you know, I think that they feel that they can develop their guys a bit better there. When they have them all under one roof, they're able to work them into the national teams more regularly. They're able to play. So I understand that. But I think, you know, really, just as it is for American or Canadian players, they all have their own decisions to make about their development. And they can only do what's in their best interest for their careers.
Right.
And so that's another thing that I think really matters to me. I mean, I think that the players have to be comfortable with what they're doing, and you know, and then there are other things that come into factor too. Like if a player is drafted in an NHL team, would like him in North America. If there's if they'd like more close contact, they want him in the AHL. Like those are all the decisions that they kind of have to make on each individual basis. But you know, I think that the Czech program as a whole, it's stable, which is good. Whereas like Slovakia is really struggling right now to try and get back up to the top level. And with no relegation or promotion this year, they're not going to be in this tournament next year either. So, I mean, those are, you know, you kind of look at it, and they're still, the Czech Republic are still kind of on the outside of looking in on the Big Five, where it's USA, Canada, Russia, Finland, Sweden. Mm-hmm. But they're right on the cusp. So, you know, I think that it's not a terrible place to be the sixth best hockey country. You know, but it's the way it is right now.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's an interesting debate, you know. That they feel that if they can keep them in the borders, it helps build the overall product. It encourages, you know, maybe more development if they see these players stay in their homeland and there's more access to highlights. Although now with the internet, of course, you can watch hockeytv.com and watch your favorite teams all the time. But, you know, it's an interesting, you know, thought process that they were putting out before the tournament. Yeah,
I think, like I said, I think most federations think that they do the best job and will do the best job with their own players, and you know, they certainly, at least you know, historically, have done pretty well.
Now here's Canada across the line. Big hit there by Paille, staggers Orthman, but he pops right back up. On the far side, pass is picked off, and now Paille got it across the line, but then it's knocked right back out to neutral, and almost Orthman was gone on the breakaway. Then a big check on the far side by Nolan Allen, and he's going to get the gate for that hit. And apparently the referees felt that was
late hit.
Too extra polish or a little interference.
Late hit is the signal from the official here, and it was late. I mean, when, you know, Allen, of course, is going to say, hey, I was just finishing my check. No such thing in the IHF. They will not let you do that. It doesn't take very long for the time to pass when a player dishes off the puck to when he's hit, to when they'll call that late hit. And that was, by the IHF's definition and by the standard we've seen throughout the tournament, a late hit. Now it's another opportunity for the Czech Republic to get on the power play.
This is a big one because you're down 3 and you're over halfway through this hockey game.
2 feels manageable.
Exactly. Bandits couldn't hold it in. Here comes Canada. Short-handed, McTavish carried in, but he's forced in behind. And now the Czechs take over. Koss coming through the neutral zone, now into the attack. Dumps it to the corner, picks it up there, winds it around to the far side. Urbanix brings it back to the point. Over to the near side, Paille. He'll wind it around again. Brabanitz now. Sidesteps one man, poked it ahead, gets it back. Fencing there, he's knocked off the puck, but now they control. Here's Paille walking in, and oh, what a glove save there by Benjamin Gaudreau. He likes, you say, to make flashy plays, and he comes up with one there.
Huge save. You're not going to get a look as good as Lucas Paille had right there. You're not going to get one. He had all day to shoot it. And let's take a look here as the puck works around. Shane Wright tries to make a defensive play. It leaves Paille wide open. And we don't see the actual save there, but there was a great glove save. You'll have to take my word for it.
We'll cue it up again. We'll get to it for you. Don't worry. Spot check keeps it alive. Still on the power play. Canada down for another minute 5. Spot check at the near point. Takes a look. Comes back to Morowitz now to the far side. Shot. Not a flashy a save as the previous one, but Goudreau, same result. Keeps it out. Along the back wall, they fight for it there. 42 seconds left on the power play. The Czechs trying to make something happen. Mara knocks it free. He'll pick it up. Mara goes across. Bouncing puck. Rasavi couldn't settle it down, and that allows Canada to clear. Spacek back to get it. Long pass, tipped into the offensive zone. Rasavi tried to pick it up there, but he falls, and that allows Canada to dump it right out, and that should just do it, as we're now under 6 seconds to go on the penalty time. Urbanitz across the line, dishes off.
Team Canada is full strength.
And the Canadians back at full strength as Allen returns to the ice.
And lucky for the Czechs that Marha was able to get a skate on that outlet pass, because there was a man, Allen was coming right out of the box there.
Now, there's been some moments here that could have gone poorly for the Czech Republic.
Yeah, a lot of close calls, which makes those goals against feel so much worse. As we'll see, as we're going to get another look at that glove save by Ben Gaudreau, or Goudreau rather, as Pierre, all the time in the world, and then he shoots it right into the glove. That's all. Gaudreau just had it. He had it in the right place. Gaudreau had it in the right place, and you know, it's always funny. They say, well, he shot it right in the glove. Of course, it's a good save. Well, the goaltender had his position set there. He was aggressive. He came out and made the play. It's a great glove save.
Absolutely. Pincus now trying to jam it up that far wall. He's successful. That's right. I mean, the goalie will say it was a great save, and the shooter will go, oh, I put it right in his glove.
Shot it right to him. Yep, but that's the mind game that the goaltender plays, too, and he took away a lot of net. We had a great vantage point on that angle.
One of the great debates in hockey. Was it a good save, or was it a bad shot?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna give Goudreau credit on that one, because he took away so much net. I mean, you know, if Pierre is able to control that a little bit better and rifle it, maybe he gets a chance. But no, not on this goaltender. Goudreau's been really good today.
Stewart's on the face-off, couldn't control it for the Czech Republic. That allows Canada to dump it in. It's chipped up the wall, and now Marcel starts back. Marcel trying to cut to the middle, throws a weak shot that Goudreau steers in behind. Now it's chopped to the point, not out. Millar's a long drive. That hit the traffic in front. Follow-up shot, that did get through, and the save was made by Goudreau. More pressure by the Czechs here. 5:40 to go in the third, or rather in the second. The Czech Republic trailing by 3.
I think you just gave our Czech audience a heart attack there, Jim.
Yeah, I had the 3 in there. I wanted to get the goal differential in there, and it came out at the wrong time. Now Sedivi trying to force it out. Stewart's gets it to Sedivi, and he'll slide it in. Allen back to get it. Hooked off the puck in behind. Checks for Banitz, trying to dig it free. Mara after it on the far side. Comes to the blue line, and Brabanitz did not keep it in the zone, so we get a stoppage in play with 4:59 left to go here in this period. And it's been an interesting period, 1-1 as you just take this 20-minute segment out. So
yeah,
the Czechs holding their own, but they need to do more.
Yeah, they do, and you know what? They're trying to do more right now. They're out shooting Canada 14-4 in this period. So it's a pretty dramatic possession battle and possession win here for the Czechs, and they are not finishing on those opportunities. You see that wide open look that Pierre had, and he has a goal already today. We saw a couple where they got blocked in front, and you know Goudreau has made some great saves on top of that. And you know you have the power plays that you don't manage to score on 2 power plays, and that's really helped the Czechs kind of control play a bit more in this period. But you know, as we've said, it just goes to show you the importance of goaltending. When you don't get the saves at the times that you need them, you You know, you're kind of digging yourself a hole that you can't get out of. And really, yeah, if you look at this period and it's a 1-1 period, and then it's a 14-4 shot differential with the Czechs carrying that one in a +10 situation. I mean, you're feeling good if you're the Czech Republic, but you look at the scoreboard and you see 5-2, and it's just, wow, what more can we do?
All Richter on this face-off for the Czech Republic. And Canada controls off the face-off. Johnston plays it in deep. Spacek, though, gets there first. Tries to move it up the wall. Comes back near the blue line. Allen keeps it alive for Canada. Rasavi couldn't get out. Allen again denied him access. Now Morowitz gets it ahead to Rasavi. Rasavi with an angle to the net, but then Allen comes back, wraps him up, and jams him against the backboards.
Yeah, really strong play by Allen, who initially let him in, but Rasavi's so good when he gets the puck to the outside, can lower the shoulder, really difficult to get in front of, but Nolan Allen making a great defensive play and pinning him to the boards there.
Now Allen plays it up the far side, and then it's relayed into the Czech zone. Pinkus back to get it. Tried to get it up the boards. That was blocked. And now it'll be played with a glove pass by Team Canada. Orthman was hoping that the Czechs would touch it, but they didn't bite.
Yeah, he tried to get Svosel's stick to touch the puck there. That's usually not going to work. The referee is still going to call it, and it comes outside of the zone.
Canada wins the draw, and they'll hammer it back in. Fed in behind, centering pass and a goal. Just like that. Orthman with a beautiful feed out front, and Canada buries it as Gunther gets his second of the afternoon, and it's now 6-2 Canada.
It's been a long time since Canada had a shot on goal, and they get a grade A from the front right there, and no question about it. Dylan Gunther's going to finish that one 9 times out of 10. Not much Oliver Shutney can do there, and it's 6-2 Canada. And again, it just these little tiny pieces of the game that, you know, that it's a loss of focus, or it's a mistake, or it's a lost man in front, and you have Dylan Gunther getting his second of the period there on a huge goal for Canada that really feels more and more like a dagger at this point.
It's not how this period wanted to conclude for the Czechs. They were hoping to get the last goal of this period and get themselves back in this game. Down only by 2, but now Canada comes back in. Bedard hanging at it, trying to jam it in the corner, but he couldn't get it to go as got in a little too deep.
And saved by the post once again as the post came off. And we've talked about how they hadn't come out in a while. And they do there as a great opportunity. Look at the speed there. McTavish wins that puck race. And he gets it over to Bedard, who just had too severe an angle to try to elevate there over the outstretched goaltender. Big save there by Shutney.
Clean win off the face-off by Canada. Long shot by Ceulemans, just went wide. Now it's tied up there. Bedard trying to dig it free. He does, but Brabanec steals for the Czechs, and he'll send it in deep. But he did so from his own side of center. So the icing call here against the Czechs brings the face-off right back where it was.
Yeah, not good puck management there, and you got so many dangerous players on the ice right now with this defensive zone draw if you're the Czechs, and don't want to see the puck on Shane Wright's stick, that's for sure.
Wright wins the face-off, but Tiacek is able to knock it out to center. Canada picks it up there. Here they come across the line. Orthman puts it right in front, and Wright banked it off the post. Follow-up shot is blocked. Wright thought he had it buried, but it bounced off the post and stayed out.
I thought he had it buried too, but that just glanced off the post. Brilliant play there by Shane Wright.
Now here comes Wright again. Tried to throw it out front, but Diacek blocked that. And now Rasavi starts back Ulrichter. Ulrichter trying to go wide. Matier shoves him off the puck on the far side. Now Matier is trying to get it out from Ulrichter, who's got it underneath him. And the referee will give him the benefit of the doubt, blow the play dead. And we'll have a face-off here in the late stages of period 2.
Yep, and with that finishing under Ulrichter, it'll come outside the zone. And nice D there by Matier as well. I thought that he did the right thing, took the body, and stayed with his man the whole way.
Puck is dropped and Canada controls. Clark feeds it up the near side. Winterton puts it in front. That failed to connect. And now the Czechs take over. Big hit by Winterton, the fourth line out there for Canada. Johnston trying to make a move, but he couldn't get through. And now the Czechs come back out to center. Fed back to the point, and it deflects off a stick that would just happen to be laying there. Morowitz throws it towards the cage. That was knocked down in front, and the rebound lifted high in the air out to center. Morowitz trying to bank it off the boards. Instead, it went in the door that Canada was using to change.
Yeah, now again, you saw that stick that was laying in the ice there, and that's the type of stuff that just compounds and builds, and that's a tough place to be in.
Ulrichter to take the face off against McTavish, and Roulette controls, drops it back into his own line. Tried to throw it in, that was blocked. Zellweger backpedaling in his own zone. Feeds it up the near side. Rasavi intercepts. Couldn't get it in deep though, and Canada counters. In behind, the Czechs pick it up there. Ulrichter banks it ahead. Morowitz trying to push it in deep as we're in the final minute of play here. The Czechs down by 4, and Wright's trying to make it 5. His centering pass intercepted by Sturitz. He tried to hit Marcel for the home run pass, but it's off the mark. Icing is called. And so now with 45 ticks left on the clock, we'll have a face-off in the Czech zone.
Yeah, we've seen Canada, one thing that I'm noticing on their bench a bit here is we're not seeing a ton of Brandt Clark, their #1 defenseman. And I don't know if that's because they have the lead and they're just preserving him, but hasn't gotten a lot of action in this game.
Coming up in our intermission, we'll be talking to Stan Bowman, the general manager of the United States Olympic team. And his night job, he's the GM of the Blackhawks as well.
Wow.
So we'll talk to him about what he's planning for the Olympics coming up in Beijing. And also, as a youngster playing in the Chipotle USA Hockey National Tournament here as well. So we'll discuss that and what he's seen here at the U18s. Final 10 of the period, and the Czechs will get it out. One last chance if they hurry, but it doesn't look like much will mount here as Goudreau covers, and the period comes to a conclusion, and a little greetings being exchanged in front of the Canadian net, but nothing further develops. So Canada up by 4 through 40 minutes.
Up by 4, and it feels like a mountain between them and the Czechs, even though I thought the Czechs carried play in that period. I thought that was a great period from the Czech Republic. Unfortunately, they give up 2 goals, and now they're in real trouble. And it's just one of those situations where you can't do anything. You can't do enough right, essentially. That's what we're seeing. You can't do enough right. And that's something that is constant. So it looks like our guest is just about ready here. So, Jim, if you want to get set up, I'll carry the load here.
Well,
and
thank you.
yeah,
That's
I'll let you get over there. And
this is how big you are. It's unbelievable.
Just being a good teammate, that's all. Team guy. But, yeah, we're really excited to have Stan Bowman join us. Obviously a great opportunity for him as he's now the general manager of Team USA for the Olympics coming up in 2022. But as we talk just a little bit quickly here about the game between Canada and the Czech Republic, it's a 6-2 score. A long way to go in this one as we've got 20 minutes left. But without further ado, I will send it over to my partner, Jim Rich, with Stan.
All right, thanks very much. We are joined by Stan Bowman, the general manager of the Chicago Blackhawks, but you also have a very important job coming up for USA Hockey as you'll be in charge of the Olympic team as well. But first, let's start about Frisco and how this tournament came together in just basically 3 months, where normally they have a year to put this together. You've been to a lot of these events. How do you think the Dallas Stars and USA Hockey did making these changes because of COVID-19?
A fantastic job. My hat's off to them. You didn't know if it was going to happen at first, and short amount of time they put it together. It's been a great event. I've been here since the beginning. The fans have been here supporting the event. Really impressive to see the energy and the atmosphere. Some of the U.S. games have been so exciting with the fans and last minute tying the game in overtime. So, it's a great event for our scouts. We haven't seen a lot of these players play, and this is an important event for the draft.
How does it affect things this year with COVID, as some leagues didn't even play this year, others played very limited schedules? How does that change your perspective of how you look at things? How much weight now is on this tournament, where usually you come here and I think it's kind of like your final check to see what a player is. Now this may be the first look at some guys this year.
Normally it's a culmination of the scouting year, and last year, if you look back, we didn't even have an end of the last season, so these players have been affected the most, and we don't have much of a book on some of them. So for a lot of them, this is really a crucial event. Like you said, some of them haven't played any games. Some of them have played a full season, so we're trying to balance that all out. But when you see an event like this and you get down to the quarterfinals, semifinals, and the final, you'll have a good chance to see what they can do in the big games.
And when you look at this kind of a tournament, it obviously replicates other world tournaments like World Juniors. It puts these guys into a different microscope, doesn't it? Because of the short time of games, because of the pressure that's here, the crest on the jerseys that they're wearing. It's a lot of new factors in watching them play during the regular season.
You're right. I think this is where you can find out a lot about a player, to see can they rise to the occasion. They're playing usually best on best. These are the best players in the world all in one place. So it's a great measuring stick.
You look at what you've seen thus far, has this compared to other U18 tournaments, or have you noticed that, the players may not be as polished as they normally would be at this time of year?
No, I don't think so. I think we're seeing very high-level hockey. I've been very impressed with it. There's certainly been some young stars. Players aren't even in this draft. The U.S. has a lot of underage players. Certainly the future for USA Hockey is bright, looking at those young guys getting an opportunity to play an event like this. And even, out here we see some young players for Canada too who will be stars in the years to come. So I've been impressed. I think it's been a very high caliber of hockey.
All right, now speaking of young stars, your son is taking part in the Chipotle USA Hockey National Tournament here, so you've been bouncing around. Fortunately, it's in the same town. That worked out very well. How has that gone?
Yeah, it's great. They made it to the semifinal. They didn't get all the way, but it was great to see them have the Nationals this year. As a young player, they weren't sure if they were going to have that season-ending event, and they got it put on. So hats off to USA Hockey for putting that together. I know the kids worked so hard all year to have something to play for, and they didn't get all the way, but they had a great year.
All right, is it tougher scouting, watching the Blackhawks, or watching your own son play?
It's always hard watching your kid. You want them to see him do well, and you feel for them. So it's probably more nerve-wracking watching them than even the Blackhawks.
All right, you look to this draft. As we said, you haven't got the normal amount of information you get going into a draft. How do you think it'll affect how it plays out on draft day? Will there be teams that are kind of gun shy at making moves, maybe to jump up to grab somebody, or do you feel that there's been enough out there that teams will treat this as a normal draft?
Well, I think this event was huge for that. I really think that this is going to help us have a pretty good understanding. We've seen these teams now a few times already, and we're going to see them a few more in the coming days. So I would expect that it'll probably go off like a normal draft. There's still a lot of talented players, and there's reason to be excited.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the Olympic program and where that stands now. The last time, of course, there were not NHL players involved. This time there will be. How do you put that team together? What do you look for in that talent pool that you have available?
Well, we're in the early stages, even though it's not that far away. Next February, there's so many talented players to choose from. I think we're not going to have a hard time finding some great players. The harder choice is going to be how do you make selections between. But there's strength at all the positions. Starting goal and on defense, up the middle and on the wings. We've got really high-end players at each position. So it's a great position to be in when you're looking at all those talented players. We still have, this year's playoff as well as the starting of next year. So there's still some decisions to be made, but it's going to be a really fun process. I'm honored to be part of it, and, it can't come soon enough.
Now, you look at the talent pool you have. I mean, you've been around USA Hockey for quite some time, and obviously the sport of ice hockey. The U.S. really has continued to produce standout players, where before it was just like, well, we think he can play at this level. Now it's like you said, who do we not bring?
Right. Yeah, you look around the NHL and some of the best players at each position are Americans, and I think it's a credit to the job that USA Hockey has done, expanding their reach to all over the country. It's pretty special that we've got Austin Matthews from Arizona is one of the top young players in the whole world, and it's not a traditional hockey market, but I think when you see a player like that reach prominence, it inspires the young players in Arizona to join hockey, and we're seeing increased enrollment throughout the country. So that's what we need. We need more young hockey players joining the sport, and it's never been a better time to be a young athlete and a hockey fan, because you have these players to look up to that are doing great things in the NHL.
Yeah, and there was real bitterness among the American players that I've ran into in Minnesota that couldn't play in the Olympics a few years back. I mean, a lot of people may think, well, these guys are, $1 million athletes. They're going to have to go, halfway around the world to play. But these guys want to represent the United States.
Well, it's such a small opportunity in your life to do that, to be an Olympian. So when those times come along, you want to have the chance to get out there and play against the best on the biggest stage. So, we've seen it in the past. It's been a great event, and we're excited about it in the future.
When you look at the style of play that Team USA, you can go any way you want, really, because of, again, that talent pool, correct?
Oh, for sure. We have a lot of different skill sets for our young American players, and certainly you're going to look at guys that can make plays, skate, handle the puck, score goals, but you need to put a team together. It's not just a pure offensive show, so you need to have guys that can play a role on a team, and I think we've got a lot of candidates for that as well. So that's the art of putting the team together, and it's not a matter of just finding the 20 or 22 best offensive players. You got to find a true team. So we're excited for that challenge.
All right, so you build this team, and you're building it with Billy Guerin, who is Wild general manager. How do you put that aside? I mean, Blackhawks and Wild is a pretty bitter rival, and here you kind of have to put your heads together and put that hat aside and say, all right, Billy, we got to work this out together.
That won't be too hard. Billy's a great guy, as you know, and I've known him for a while. He's a good friend and competitive guy, and we want to win. So maybe during the season when we're playing each other, we're rivals, but as soon as that game ends, we're on the same team and we're pulling for USA.
Yeah, he's a guy that bleeds red, white, and blue, because he's been a guy that's really been there. at so many teams, national teams, world junior teams. He knows what it takes, and that's got to be a great asset that he's been a guy that's been in that mix.
First-hand experience as a player, knowing what it's like to play in those events, and yeah, he's got a storied career on the U.S. side. So now he's in management, so he's been building teams too. So it's a great resource for me, and we're going to work together and put together a great team.
All right, last thing before we let you go. How does this work now? Will there be a physical camp? Has that been determined yet? Or is there enough, obviously you know the players' skills and just kind of meet with them? Or how will this work during the summer?
Well, we don't know yet. We're hopeful that could happen. Timing-wise, that might be challenging just because the NHL playoffs are going to be pushed back, and then the draft, and you're going to be into probably the month of August before the actual off-season starts. So whether there can be a camp or not prior to NHL training camps, we don't know yet. We're hopeful that will be the case, but we haven't really heard all that yet. So we're going to plan for it, and if it happens, it'd be great.
All right, Stan Bowman, who is the general manager of Team USA for the upcoming Olympics, and also the general manager of the Chicago Blackhawks, and proud hockey dad as well. It all worked out well here for you in Frisco.
That's right. It was a great week here.
All right, that'll do it for this. Let's go back to Chris, who's got more on this game here as Team Canada seems to be pretty well in charge. Chris?
Appreciate it, and also appreciate Stan Bowman for giving us the time here today, as we have can't thank him enough for the insight that he is able to give us on Team USA. And certainly a lot of excitement happening in this year, and certainly we're excited for the Olympics. But the first step to the Olympics for a lot of players is right here. You'll see many of the players on the U.S. Olympic team that are alumni of this tournament, and many players from all the other countries as well. And you just look up and down the list of players that have been here. It's Connor McDavid, it's Alex Ovechkin, it's Patrick Kane, it's Austin Matthews, multiple gold medal winners in this event, and it's really great to have all of them here and to have this event here in Texas. We've gotten such tremendous fan support here as well. You'll see a very a capacity crowd within the limited capacity, but a capacity crowd here tonight. But as we look at the period that was, a decent start, it seemed, for the Czechs as they got things going, but then they get a penalty right away, and Canada scores on the ensuing power play. Dylan Guenther from Shane Wright and Connor Bedard, as Bedard picks up his third assist of the game on that power play opportunity. And he has a goal as well, so a 4-point effort for Connor Bedard so far, the 15-year-old.
I guess that shows that they didn't bring him up too early.
I guess not, yeah. So I think exceptional is certainly a good description of what Connor Bedard offers. And then, the Czechs did respond back. Yaroslav Hmelars scores a very important goal. It kept it to 5-2, but once again, Canada strikes as Dylan Guenther is left alone in front, and a beautiful pass by Brennan Othman was deposited into the back of the net there by Guenther for his second of the period, and that is why we are now 6-2. Shots in that period were 14-8 in favor of the Czechs, and that's really the surprising thing. When you look at the lopsided score on the scoreboard, the 14-8 shot differential there.
Yeah.
You just feel for the Czechs because they made mistakes. There's no question about it. You have to play almost perfect hockey to beat Canada at this event. And if you're this, especially with the depth that they have, but then you're not getting the saves. You had a couple of mistakes, a couple of bad turnovers, gave up grade A opportunities, and Canada has the skill to convert on every single one of those chances.
Well, that's what we've seen, and for the viewers that have watched the games here in Frisco, they remind you of the Russians. They get an opportunity, they don't look like they're really rolling, and then all of a sudden they just get one opportunity and they smell blood. They come right in and bury it, and that's been the difference between other teams in these pools. They just don't have those high-end finishers. I mean, the Czechs have given themselves grade A chances, but they can't get it home.
Yeah, it's really remarkable at this level when you see it, because some of those players will add that element to their game later on, but they're 16 and 17 years old, and some haven't developed that portion of their game here. So, I think there's a lot of pressure, to at this level, but we do have to remind ourselves often, this is not the finished product. This is not what these players are going to be. This is the first step for a lot of these players to be at this level. And so when we see them at the World Juniors, we expect them to be better. When we see them advance through the ranks, we expect them to be better. But to see how good these players are in this tournament, sometimes you do forget that they're still at the very beginning stages of their development.
Yeah, and some of these Czech players actually played at World Juniors already.
Right.
And are back at this level. So it's a growing process, and the key word is process. They have to keep, they can't be frustrated. And, the Czechs have had games that have gotten out of control, but they haven't gotten out of control. They understand. Some days we're going to get our lunch handed to us. Other days we'll be hopefully scooping out lunch to somebody else. And, this team seems to understand that. The coaching staff has done a marvelous job keeping these players focused on what they're doing. Like you said, go out and win a period. And even though they got outscored in that period, you could say they won that second period.
I think they carried play, and that's not something that you expect. I think when Canada goes back and looks at the video, they've got a lot to work on because they've had situations. It comes down to discipline. It comes down to not turning pucks over, being a little bit more confident with your plays, I think they're setting a message. We see Blake Clark's going to start this period. They've kind of limited his ice time a little bit more today, where we're not seeing him as much. I think that may be a lesson learned from the last World Junior team as well, because that was a group where they played everybody a lot in the preliminary round, and by the time they got to the gold medal game against Team USA and had to face the first bit of adversity in the tournament, it was too tough for them. So I think they're taking some lessons here as well from that team.
All right, here we go. Period 3 underway. The Czechs have got to mount a ridiculous comeback, but we've seen it here in Frisco already. The Russians did it to the U.S. They came back from a 4-goal deficit. So it has been done, and it's been done twice in the history of the U18 tournament. So you can't say never here for the Czechs. They need this victory or their season here in Frisco comes to a conclusion. For Canada, they want to get this done and get ready for the medal round.
And for the Czechs, it's going to be imperative to get an early goal here if they want to be serious about a comeback. You need to control the puck, which is something that Canada is going to try to do with really good puck management. You look at the passing on that play to get the puck out of the zone. Really good so far from Canada.
Makes it look easy.
It does, but it's not. And the Czechs are a team that make that a little more difficult, but it's those little short distance passes that can really make all the difference.
Coach trying to slip in behind, but it was picked off at the last second and dumped out as Kuhlman's got back for it. Now a centering pass. Richter spun around. Receivy trying to get it out front, but he lost the handle, and Bedard sends it all the way down. Not far enough for icing, and it is not. And so Slolzel comes back for it. He's one of those players that have had an opportunity to play at a World Junior. He'll roll it in deep, but Canada's Mr. Bedard rolls it right back out. As you said, he's got, 3 points on the day?
4.
4 now. All right, let's give him another one.
Yeah, he's
another precinct reporting.
He's decent.
Now Spacek pinched in, but couldn't hold it in. It's brought back in, fired back out. Pyer back in for the Czechs. Pyer coming to the net, just couldn't pull the trigger. Spacek with it, back near the blue line. His shot is blocked, and it rebounds back the other way. Canada coming across the line. Kuhlman's going to the net, and his shot deflects, goes out of play. And so we'll have a face-off in the Czech zone. But again, same MO, the Czechs with all the ozone time, as they like to say, but don't get rewarded. Canada comes down and nearly makes it a 7-2 game.
Yeah, we got to see a little bit there of what makes Corson Kuhlman's a first-round candidate. He's got good speed, carries the puck extremely well out of the back end, and Francesco Pinelli with the block as well. He's been getting in the way of a lot today.
Icing here against the Czechs. Going back to the conversation, I don't know if you heard it all with Stan Bowman, but I asked him about how he thinks the effects of COVID-19 will be on this draft year, whether there'll be enough of a book so to speak, on these players to draft as they normally would. And he said yes, he thinks this tournament is going to be a big step in that process for the NHL teams, and he feels that the league will run it like a normal draft.
Yeah, and you know what? I think that what the advancements in video and the software that's available to teams, and the fact that a lot of their area scouts have at least seen these players last year if they didn't play this year. A lot of, you get a lot of good views. You have to try to figure out, as it looks like Moravec is down, and that could be real bad for the Czechs here because they are already down 2 defensemen, and he's one of their most active and mobile defensemen left on the roster. He went into the boards hard and is slow to get up, but looks like he will go off under his own power. But just to get back to what we were talking about is here's the replay here, and look at the speed that he comes at. This is a guy that jumps into plays real easily, loses his footing there, no penalty or anything, but he goes hard into the boards and shoulder first. Couldn't have felt comfortable as he now heads off, and we'll see if he returns, but key defenseman there. But just as I was saying, there's just a lot of video and a lot of things that you can do to make sure that the book is pretty full. And you look at guys like Mason McTavish, who went and played in Switzerland. Brennan Hoffman played in Switzerland. Brent Clark went and played in Slovakia. Players found places to play, and it gave them a little bit more of an evaluation time.
Right. And
that's why, I think that a lot of the scouts and general managers that I've talked to feel pretty confident. There are certainly guys like Ben Goudreau, our goaltender today, has not played this year. And is draft eligible this year and is a highly regarded draft prospect, so you don't have as much there. So he's a tougher nut to crack, basically, based on body of work. But a lot of the scouts I've talked to feel very comfortable with the amount of information that they have to make decisions this year.
That's interesting because so many people wondered how this was all going to play out. But I think if this tournament wasn't played, I think a lot of people would even have more jeopardy as that follow-up shot flutters into the glove of Goudreau, and he'll hold for the face-off. But I think if this did not take place, I think there'd be a little more angst if you talk to scouts. I think these 2 weeks has been very critical, and we're getting towards the end of it. We've gotten all these games in. COVID, fortunately, has not been a factor in what's happening.
That's a
here.
real story of this entire tournament, that we haven't lost any players while the tournament has been played to testing and to testing positive. So the bubble, or the soft bubble, has worked, and that is a great thing for everybody involved. And I think that, the players, you have to, if you're going to have this event, the priority has to be safety, and I believe that it has been.
Yeah, it's remarkable what the IIHF, USA Hockey have done, the Dallas Stars stepping up, giving them the facility to host this event. But, you have to also give the stick taps, if they were, to the players.
For sure.
For being smart about it, for wanting to compete. And you know what? They've sat in their rooms for days down here.
Yeah.
Not being allowed to go out and hang out with family that have maybe here, or just to look at the sights. They've just had to sit and wait and prepare themselves.
Let's see here. We got a penalty coming up.
Yeah, out of this scrum, we have a slash, and it's McTavish getting the gate for slashing. So the Czechs, with their 4th power play on the day, they're 1 for 3 to this point.
Yeah, and that's a top penalty killer in the box there for Canada, as McTavish goes for a check, and it was for a slash rather, and it was an unnecessary slash.
Oh, absolutely.
It was the puck wasn't going anywhere, and he slashes his opponent, and the player reacted immediately, and the referee's arm went up right away. So not a great penalty to take there for Mason McTavish.
All right, big chance for the Czechs here. Brabanics brings it back to the point. Sluzal's shot. Guther up front. Follow-up shot by Paye, and that banged off the outside of the post. Paye with it again, and his pass is off the mark. Comes all the way back down.
Really good pressure there by Brett Harrison to force that pass that was errant and got out of the zone. So, again, you got the depth players for Canada stepping up a lot today as well.
Gunther out there filling the role of McTavish as a penalty killer. Koch rolls it around to the far side. Paye with it there. Chopped at. Matier trying to work it free, but the Czechs maintain possession. They'll play it around to the near side, and Brabanic's trying to hit the point, but no one was home. Slozal back in. Feeds it across, and Brabanic Now Slozal moving in, fires a shot, and through the traffic, Goudreau has got it, and he'll hold with 56 seconds left in the power play.
He's been really sharp today. You know, he's been really solid, Ben Goudreau has. He's got to get more repairs to his helmet here. And he's seeing pucks through traffic. You know, he's a big guy. He can make those plays. He's really confident with his glove hand and has made a lot of easy plays here. You know, not every save is easy. You know, the guys that make it look easy, those are the guys that are really special. And I think that, you know, we've seen Goudreau, who's a quality goaltender and a quality draft prospect, really play well today in a showcase for him for his draft year as well.
Off the face-off, checks control, Spacek! Blocker save made there by Goudreau. Spacek manning that far point. Lars gets it down to Receivey. Now back to the point to Morowitz. Receivey back in behind. Millars brings it back to the point, but the 2 pointmen were switching spots, and so Spacek has to go all the way back for it.
Yeah, and some of the things that they're doing on this power play a little too mechanical, not a lot of feel, and you know, taking chances when the net's open and available to them, and that's been a problem. And that's what you see. That we talked a lot about finish and the inability to finish plays. Where, you know, I just think that some of these players, they don't have that little bit of hockey sense at the end there where you need to. That's where you get that finish from.
And Spacek has a hop through his legs. He's got to race back to fight off right now. A turnover, shot, save, rebound, and diving across was Shutney, and it was blocked in front as well. And it may be under his teammate that blocked it, but almost disaster at the end of that power play. But Simon Mara getting back to help out.
Yeah, great job by him there. And also a great effort by Shane Wright to continue this play. And then the shot comes through there from McTavish as well. And this is one of the opportunities here.
Where it bounces.
Yeah, it bounces right through the defender.
Gets into trouble.
And here comes Shane Wright just digging. And then he's out-muscling, and, you know, Spacek makes a nice play, but it goes right to Mason McTavish. And then here's Gunther going for the hat trick. And Shutney gets there. I mean, that puck was just sitting there, and Gunther is often going to finish that, but getting Marha down and getting Shutney down, both of them were able to get a piece of that puck and prevent it from going in. A very important save for the Czechs, as you know, they're running out of time to catch up here, but they're making plays and they're having opportunities, and they have not given up on this game. And I love to see that fight. And we've talked about in other games, this is not just about this tournament. These guys are going to be competing for spots on the World Junior roster. These are guys that are trying to show to their federation they belong in the national team program going forward, and they're going to provide that effort, because there's a lot of hockey left for these guys to play. There's some underagers on the team as well, so everybody's trying to compete for those spots for next year and for World Junior spots. So love seeing what I'm seeing from this group out of the Czechs, just no quitting them.
Goudreau still having problems with his mask. They're trying to rehang that protective plate that protects the throat area.
Yeah.
And it looks like they got it squared away. He returns to the Canadian cage.
I think we got a zip tie going there now.
Whatever it takes.
Yeah, equipment manager's best friend. Well done.
Off the face-off, the Czechs attack. Morovitz knocked off the puck in behind. Richard with it there. He'll clear it to the blue line, not out. Slozal drives his shot, that's blocked. And it ends up in the near side. Richard will send it down ice. Shutney out of his net. Plays it to the near side, but Canada comes up with it. Bedard works it around to the point. Zellers, long shot, rebound, and there is Bedard getting point number 5 on the afternoon, and it's now 7-2 Canada.
Connor Bedard continues to be magic around the puck. And this is a pretty simple play of just going to the net and waiting for something to happen. As you know, the Canadian players work the puck around. We see the shot come through here from the point. It's Zellweger. They're jamming away at it. Looks like Stenkoven got a shot at it, and then Bedard gets the loose puck, puts it in. 5 points, involved in 5 of the 7 Canadian goals. And I believe that puts him up to 9 points for the tournament now.
I think it's time for you to start looking at some records,
Oh boy. So Connor McDavid
Here we
had
go.
14 points as an underager in this tournament. He was the MVP of the tournament. And now up to 9 for Connor Bedard and his 2020 fellow 2023 draft prospect, Matvei Michkov, did score goal number 10 today.
Now here's another opportunity for Canada, and they get it to go. And we'll have to see who got the final shot. But the Canadians now blowing this one open, up by 6.
Yep. And I think it was Ryan Winterton who got the last whack at it here. As I get a look. And I believe it was Winterton. So here we go. We're going to get the replay here. Good hard net drive there by Connor Roulette, who's been really solid. Then it's Winterton who goes in and gets in there. And so another point for Roulette and a goal for Ryan Winterton as the onslaught continues.
Those 2 goals came within a minute of each other. So the Canadians look like they'll be moving on to the medal round. And the Czech Republic will be packing their suitcases and heading back home. But they have done a good job in this tournament, trying to be competitive as possible.
Yeah, and I think, it's hard to remember now, but this is a Czech team that had the U.S. on the ropes. Ended up losing 2-1 in a shootout. They had a lead on the Finns in the 3rd period. Lost that lead, lost in overtime.
Yeah.
So this is a team, lost in the last seconds of that game. So this is a team that has been so close on so many occasions. And you feel for them because they've had a really strong tournament, but they've had a really tough road. They faced a lot of adversity in terms of the quality of the teams they played against. But, I mean, I think that I'm going to have fond memories of this Czech team, the effort that they had. And there's still 12 minutes left in their tournament. You got to go all out at this point.
Yeah, and, you look at, like you've said before, if they were in the other pool, they could have perhaps finished as high as 2nd.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like that, we haven't seen the best of the Swedes in this tournament. I think that with how hard the Czechs played, some of the teams, they had a pretty hard-fought game against Germany, but really controlled that one start to finish. And, it's just been against these top teams where they just lack the finish and the inability to get the result.
So here comes a shot and a goal. The Czechs coming through late. Sturitz fires one high on the glove side, and it's now 8-3.
Well, the Czechs finally take away Ben Gaudreau's eyes away, and that's what I think allows Sturitz to get the wrist shot in here as we get the awesome Czech goal song that I'm going to miss as well. As Marcel goes to the net front, and it causes enough confusion in front, and Sturitz just lets a good wrist shot go. It's 8-3. He celebrated like the game was still in the offing here, like they had a chance, but I think that there's a lot of pride that they're playing with, and any goal against the Canadian national team for any of these kids is going to be a memorable one. And Sturitz with a brilliant wrister and a nice job by Marcel getting into the net front there.
Yeah, he's going to remember that. All he'll say is, yep, I scored on perhaps a future NHL goaltender.
Yeah. Yeah, and Sturitz actually has had a really nice tournament. He's one of those guys that provides great effort and has some decent enough skill that challenges his opposing defenses. So nice to see him get rewarded with an opportunity there, but Canada remains in control of the game.
Receiving now in on the forecheck. On the near side, Richter gets run over by McTavish. Play goes on, and the Canadians escape their own end. Stankovic plays it in behind. Bedard with it. Tried to feed the point, but it was out of the reach of Matier, and he's got to come back for it. He'll throw it up the far side, and it's tipped into the Czech zone. Bouncing puck on the near side. Sapovaliv back to get it for the Czechs. Approaching 10 minutes to go here in the third period. Iyer gets it across the line, puts it to the corner. Pinelli, one hands it out to center. On the wall, they fight for it there. Pinelli feeds it across. And here's a shot right on, and it goes by Shutney. And Canada has scored again. Brett Harrison this time with the goal.
Very nice read there by Francesco Pinelli to just put that puck in a space and allow Brett Harrison to skate right into it. You'll see there, Pinelli makes the nice little feed. It's over to Harrison, who has all the time in the world and does a nice quick shot through the goaltender, as it's now 9-3 in favor of Canada. And everybody getting involved in the scoring, everybody getting ice time, everybody getting prepared. And, you know, this is just goes to show you that if you give this team an open look, it's over for you.
So the face-off will be at center ice. The official trying to get everybody squared away for the draw. They do. And Canada now has scored 3 times here in this final frame. Well, the Czechs have only countered with 1. And now they have their biggest lead of the night, up by 6. But here's the Czechs' sharp angle shot. Save is made. Brabanec with that try. Brabanec sends it out in front for Mara. Long shot, whistles wide of the cage. Slosel rolls it back in behind. Brabanec. Let's Coast take it over. Fed the point, but couldn't keep it in. Winterton also picking up an assist on that goal. And we're in the final 10 minutes of the first game of the quarterfinals here in Frisco. What was the final of the Russia game? Do you recall?
Yep, 5-2. They beat Belarus.
So they will move on. And the way the tournament lays out, even as you've said before, there's a reseed after this, but no matter how it plays out, you still know the opponent.
Yeah, with Russia and Canada winning, it'll be Russia will play the winner of Finland and Switzerland. Well, unless Switzerland wins that game, I should say, because then that would change the dynamic a little bit. But if that game goes as we expect it to, then it would be Finland, Switzerland, or the winner of that game, likely Finland, would be playing Russia. And then the winner of tonight's game between Sweden and the U.S. will play Canada. And certainly Sweden, I'm sure, would like some revenge from that 12-1 beating they took on the opening day of the tournament. But, you get to this stage of the tournament, anything can happen, and past results don't seem to matter as much.
Now Canada coming through center. They'll roll it in. Stankovic along the wall. Puck played with a high stick. And we'll get a whistle with 8:01 to go here in the third period. And I think it's safe to say that we could call this in regulation.
Yeah. I mean, it might be Frisco, but I'm not prepared for a 6-goal barrage in the next 8 minutes from the Czechs. We haven't seen them score this many goals anyway. But here's another look at that play by Pinelli to get it over to Harrison. And just a really solid finish there from Harrison, who's been more of a depth forward for this team. He's kind of been on the fourth line. He's been in different situations, but he's a very valuable player. I mean, really, if a player with the quality of Brett Harrison is on your fourth line, and Pinelli's been more like the number 3 center on this team, but if the quality that Harrison has shown in this tournament, he's been really outstanding. And I think that the Canadian team is glad to have an opportunity to utilize their bench. It'll be interesting to see what they decide going forward. Thomas Milic did a great job in net for them at various points in the tournament. You've got Goudreau in this game. If you start him in this elimination game, does that mean he's the guy the rest of the way? It's not necessarily a guarantee, but you'd have to figure that he's the guy, especially with a day off tomorrow. You know, we have this unique setup where you get the day off between the quarterfinal and the semifinals because teams travel between rinks. And then you have back-to-backs for semifinal and gold medal. So it makes for a challenging schedule for these teams.
Right, especially with goaltending, you know. At this level, do you go back-to-back? You know, is your goaltender physically capable of playing back-to-back games?
And I think at this level they are more prepared to play back-to-backs. They're more familiar with it. They do it a lot in junior hockey, you know, where they're playing 2-2. You know, it's not like the NHL where, you know, you've got long-distance travel where you're flying by plane and then you got to start the same guy twice in a row. Wow.
That one looked like it was rolling down the back of Goudreau, and he reached around with the glove and was able to knock it to the corner.
Yeah. So, and also, to that point, if it is Ben Goudreau, he hasn't played much this season. I mean, this tournament is his whole season right now. So I think that he'll be well rested and prepared to do what needs to be done here in this situation. So for whatever reason, our live stats from the IHF isn't loading up here as we're going to
take a look at that last shot to see if you can see where it went.
Yeah, so it just rolled up and over. Oh, we're back to play, but it rolled up and over, and then great job by Goudreau to have a sense that the puck was going behind him and just swat his glove at it and get it out of the way.
Checks now, force it back out to center. But Team Canada there to cover as Allen goes back for it. And now it's flipped high in the air to center. And they're going to flag the penalty here for interference. Penalty, letting the man catch a punt.
Yeah, exactly. That was the right call. I mean, I didn't really care. I know you're trying to time the play out there, but I didn't really care for that hit on roulette by Sedivy, who's been the most physical defenseman for the Czechs throughout this tournament.
Outside of
Juracek. Well, yeah, they've both been really physical. Sedivy has had some of the most bone-rattling hits, and Juracek, you know, was filmed before the game. His fingers are in a splint, so he's got a hand injury of some kind, and that's why he's kept out of this game. But yeah, I mean, now you're killing another penalty, and I'm sure Canada will love to take the power play reps here, and there it is. Yeah. Shane Wright.
It's remarkable how quick they could strike. You look down for a second, and it's in the net.
Shane Wright now with his 6th goal of the tournament, and this kid has a killer release. Just turned 17 in January. That was off his stick in a blink as we get a look here. Zellweger, all he has to do is pass it to Shane Wright and let old Shane do the rest, as he will put that puck in off the far post. And it's just a blink of an eye. And that's how quick it goes. And so we were talking about, hey, it's nice. Canada's going to get a chance to work on their power play. Well, the power play is very simple. Give the puck to Shane Wright and let him shoot it. And I think that's a good strategy. Good strategy.
It wasn't much of a rep.
No.
Only like 8 seconds.
Yeah, but hey, Zellweger to Wright. We're good. 10-3 now.
Canada into double digits.
Whew.
And we started to see this now as the tournament's gone on, that the teams are starting to separate themselves. We're seeing a lot more 10s, 9s, 11s on the board. And that's how fast they scored. They're just announcing the penalty. Savi now with it. He'll fire a shot, tipped in front. Allrichter gives it back to Rasavi. Back to Allrichter, knocked away from him. And it's cleared to the blue line, and they say it came out. And so we'll have a face-off in the neutral zone. And the lack of depth on the back end for the Czechs really starting to show itself now with the injuries.
Absolutely, yeah. And you lose Sedivy, who's one of your top penalty-killing defensemen on that penalty as well. And it's an uphill battle when you're facing a team that's constantly able to counterattack as quickly as Canada can. And really, that's been their whole game. There hasn't been a lot of sustained offensive zone time by Canada. It's all been one and dones, but the ones are going in the net.
Now Canada along the near side, fighting to keep it in the zone, but it's pushed back out to neutral and dumped back in. 5:38 to go. 7-goal cushion for Team Canada as they'll look to avenge last year's finish here. Or not last year's, last time this tournament was held, as the Canadians finished out of the medals. Sweden won it with the gold. Russia took silver. The United States then beat Canada in that bronze medal game. And so this Canadian team obviously is pretty driven to get themselves back on the medal stand here.
Well, I think that there's also pressure on them because all they've heard is that this is one of the best teams they've been able to bring to this tournament, because normally the CHL playoffs would be going on and many of the top players would not be available. And that's how they work this tournament, that just whoever is available essentially. And that in some years that's meant that players like Connor McDavid have been available. John Tavares was available at 15 as well. You know, and in this instance, there's no OHL right now. The WHL is underway, but they allowed their players to go. The QMJHL did not release their players, so that limited the roster. But even without the QMJHL players, this Canadian roster is as deep as any they've ever brought to this tournament. And, you know, you look at all the different guys that are potential first-round draft picks for this year's draft. Brant Clark, and you've got Brant Clark, Francesco Pinelli, Mason McTavish, I mean, Corson Ceulemans, all of those guys are very likely to be first-round draft picks coming up soon. And then you've got Shane Wright, probably first overall next year. Connor Bedard could be first overall the following year. It's just a ridiculous amount of talent on one team.
So are you surprised that, because for World Juniors, don't all the Canadian leagues let their players go to World Juniors?
That's right, yeah. And the difference is that, you know, it's playoff time, and the CHL wraps up. Like, they take an extended break right around that same time.
Okay.
And so
kind of like U.S. college hockey does. So a lot of teams take that Christmas break, and then if they do play in early January, it's usually an opponent that they feel pretty confident in non-conference.
Yeah, not necessarily. In college it would be that way, but yeah, not necessarily in the. Once they get back going, you know, they're right back into their season. And
right. No, I'm not talking about the Canadians.
I got you. Yeah. So that's one of the things. But I mean, it just comes down to, you know, this event hasn't been prioritized as much because they also play in the Hlinka Gretzky Cup at the beginning of the year, and that's usually when Canada will send their best U18 team. However, the U.S. doesn't send their best U18 team to that event. So it's hard to get these best on best kind of situations. And so this is really, you know, the closest that Canada is going to be. You know, there was no Hlinka Gretzky Cup this year, so this is a key opportunity for all these players. And I think that it was a great thing that the WHL let these guys go, because this is a very important opportunity for them to practice, you know, to get ready for the World Juniors. And I know there were some Canadian fans that were not happy that, you know, it was not just draft eligible players for this year, and that there were players for next year and the following year. But the reason Canada did that is they're not here to do favors. They're here to get players ready for the World Juniors. Connor Bedard and Shane Wright very likely are going to make the Canadian team next year. I mean, Shane could make it, or Bedard could make it as a 16-year-old, especially if he's got 5 points in, you know, a U18 playoff game. I mean, it's just remarkable to see what they've been able to do. And so that's what the priority is here for this particular event, and why we have such a great Canadian roster this time around.
Now we get a little pushing and shoving, but the linesmen quickly step in. With 4:17 to go, doesn't look like we will get penalties out of this, as the puck went into the bench and then the conversations took place. And Canada now giving Bedard a shift here later in this one, but you could tell the top two lines really haven't been rolling much for Canada, as they've now got it to double digits on the scoreboard. Richter back to get it for the Czech Republic, and he'll send it back out. Del Mastro plays it around to the far side. Stankoven gets it ahead. Here's Bedard centering it, but didn't get much on that. And the Czechs counter. Rosivi has it go to the netminder, Goudreau, and he will cover with 3:43 now left to go in this one. Shots still in favor of the Czechs, 32-31. but the goals definitely favor the red and black.
Yep, they sure do, and it's really tough situation that, you know, they're in, and it's hard to continue playing, but you do love to see the effort that they've continued to give and, you know, play with the pride that they've played with throughout this tournament.
Czechs back in their own zone, trying to move it ahead, and they'll get it out to center. Richard with it at his own blue line. Gives it to Pinelli. Pinelli feeds it over on the far side. Canada, though, can't keep it in. Richard has to wait. Now he'll dump it in, delayed offside, and the Czechs come back for it. Lofting a backhand to center. Paillet across the line. He's had a good tournament. Took a shot that really stung the defender there. That was Matier, but he stays out there.
And that's the other thing for Canada right now. You're just trying to get out of this game unscathed. You don't want to. They've had some players that have been banged up over the course of the tournament and had to sit out games, including Shane Wright, who missed 2. Now has 6 goals in his 3 appearances in this tournament. Ridiculous.
Very much so. 2.5 left in this one. And the Czech Republic tries to move it into the Canadian zone. They do, but Johnston quickly turns it right back the other way to Roulette. And he fired it in from his own side of center. So we'll have a draw with 2:17 to go here. Coming up later tonight, 8 o'clock, it'll be Team USA versus the defending gold medal champs here at the U18, Sweden. And as we've said, we talked about it during the intermission, it's just been a different tournament for the Swedes. They've had some issues, but then they've seemed to have rectified those late, and they come in here looking like a very formidable opponent for Team USA tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's the most evenly matched quarterfinal game. It's the 2 teams that I, figured that, could give each other the best game, and I'm excited to see that one because I think it's, the U.S. has picked up some momentum, and Sweden obviously winning 3 straight after that 12-1 trouncing has to be feeling good about themselves as well.
Well, long shot on, and the save is made by Oliver Shutney. And he'll take a draw with now 1:47 left in this one.
Yeah, how often does the goalie get pulled after 3 goals and then the next guy gives up 7? Doesn't happen real often. I feel bad for pointing it out just because Shutney has not had a lot of a chance on a lot of these opportunities. And same thing with Suhanik. I mean, really, they're 2 very good goaltenders. I've liked what I've seen from them in this tournament, so it's unfortunate that they've had these issues here. But just has not been their day, and this Canadian team too skilled to give up much here.
Off the icing, the draw back in the Czech end, and Receivey's able to get it back out to center. Now Allen, he'll just flip it over the blue line. Czechs trying to get one last opportunity to light that lamp, but here's Canada firing a shot. That was blocked. Orthman with it. Long shot. And Shutney put that to the corner with the blocker. Canada still with the possession. Allen throws it towards the front of the net. That was knocked down. Allen to Clark, back to Allen. Now Clark dancing along the blue line. Throws a backhander in front. That's knocked down, and Morowitz takes it in behind his own net. Final minute here now. Canada will advance to the medal round. Long shot, knocked down by Gauthier, or Goudreau rather. Here's Ulrich with an opportunity. Hasn't been out there much today. Getting an opportunity late in this one. Pincus tied up in front of the penalty boxes. And we're down to the final 15 seconds. Canada, very impressive. They remain perfect in the tournament. A 10-3 victory over the Czech Republic. And they will continue their pursuit of a medal as we get an offside with 4.4 left in this one.
I would have let that one go. Yeah, but you know, Jim, this is it's an incredible thing to see this Canadian team, the precision that they play with, the execution offensively. You know, and I think they're gonna have things to work on video between now and the semifinal. But it's just hard to see. You know, we've seen all the teams that have played in this side. You know, maybe Russia. You know, maybe Russia has the horses to compete. U.S., if they have their best game, has a chance to compete. You know, we've seen what happened to Sweden already. Is the game now over? But this Canadian team's impressive. I mean, that's an understatement, but that's what they are.
So Canada moves on to the medal round with a 10-3 victory over the Czech Republic. We'll hear the national anthem of Canada after this ends, and we'll also be presented with the best 3 players for the Czech Republic, and it'll be interesting to see who the media signals out and the scouts.
So this would be the team. The team selects the best 3 players, and that's where they get that from. But yeah, I mean, and there's so many different guys. Sorry, Jim, but that they have the best 3 players for the Czechs. I mean, there have been a lot of guys that have had a big game. Obviously, we talked a lot about Juracek being an important guy. Wasn't there today, which was unfortunate. But then also, you know, you think about Rishavi and you know, the goaltenders at various points in this tournament. Shutney getting them a point against the U.S. can't be overlooked. So
Rabanitz has been good.
Absolutely.
It'll be interesting to see who they.
A sponsor of the 2021 International Ice Hockey Federation. Best player from Team Czech Republic, number 26, Yaroslav Kamelis.
Well, Millars is the player of the game for the Czech Republic in this one. And Team Canada, would you like to take a guess?
Oh, they stole it from me. Connor Bedard. That was going to be my pick.
And so he is the player of the game for Team Canada. He finished with 5 points.
5. It's a lot of points. Now up to 9 in the tournament is the 15-year-old. Doesn't turn 16 until this summer.
Crazy.
Ladies and gentlemen, over the course of the 2021
and so now here are the top 3 players
Under 18 Men's World Championship
for the Czech Republic.
Selects their 3 best players of the tournament. The 3 players will be awarded a new watch from CZECH. We will be awarding the 3 best players from Team Czech Republic. The first player, number 11, Jakub Barbinets.
Yeah, obviously Barbinets has had a great tournament. He was one of their most threatening forwards consistently. Alt Richter played with a lot of speed, a lot of skill, great effort. And Shadivi is the defenseman chosen. Very physical, the team captain and one of the emotional leaders of the team, and certainly a guy that they have a lot of respect for in that group. They gave him a lot of ice time, made a lot of plays. You know, I'm sure that they're disappointed with the result today, but can't be disappointed overall with their performance in the tournament. I think this Czech team proved a lot of people that they can hang with the big boys, and they not maybe not today, but in other days they had.
Yep. So the 3 being honored there, and now we will get Canada as they win this one by a score of 10-3 over the Czech Republic. And so Team Canada victorious here, 10-3 over the Czech Republic. They move on, and the tournament comes to a conclusion for the Czech Republic. They are done. They're heading home, but certainly this loss stings right now, but when those players get back, there'll be a lot of people very proud of what they did here in Frisco, Texas. And they are saluting the fans here in the building and their fans also, as there's been a good contingent of Czech fans here on occasion during the tournament. So they salute them and packing up their gear for 2021.
Yeah, we're going to miss this team. They played so hard, played with great passion throughout the tournament. And we got to see all their games here in Frisco. And every game they seemed to be competitive and have a chance. And today, you know, this one got away from them. But now you have to look forward to the rest of this tournament. And every team is going to be wondering, how the heck do you stop this Canadian unit? How do you do it? Because they are a really good team. They've got a lot of talent throughout their lineup. So very, very difficult for all of these teams that are going to be trying to figure out what exactly they're supposed to do in this case.
It'll be interesting to see, and we'll have it for you here on hockeytv.com. But that'll do it for this game. Canada wins 10-3 over the Czech Republic. We will be back tonight at 8 o'clock, another knockout round battle as Sweden will go against Team USA. For Chris Peters, I'm Jim Rich, saluting our crew director, Teal Willis. Fabulous job today stepping in. Simon Bench, outstanding as always. The camera, Katie Bierman. She has rocked it throughout this event. And Jay Rodriguez right there holding his own on the other camera this afternoon. Thanks to them, thanks to you, and we'll see you later tonight at 8 o'clock. Canada wins 10-3 over the Czechs.